Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Nature of Magical Dreams. Long before the Ministry of Magic established its Department of Mysteries, long before prophecies were catalogued in glowing orbs within marble halls, dreams held a sacred place in the magical world, in the quiet corners of ancient wizarding communities, where candlelight flickered against stone walls and the scent of burning herbs filled the air. Wise witches and wizards understood that sleep brought more than mere rest to those blessed with magical blood. Imagine yourself settling into a comfortable chair beside a crackling fire, the warmth spreading across your face as shadows dance on the walls around you. The distinction between magical dreams and those experienced by muggles runs as deep as magic itself, threading through the very fabric of what it means to possess the gift of wizardry. While non-magical folk may dismiss their nighttime visions as mere fragments of memory and imagination, those who wield wands know that dreams can carry messages, warnings, and glimpses of truths yet to unfold. The magical mind, you see, remains partially connected to the currents of magic even in sleep. Picture the gentle ebb and flow of magical energy as it moves through the sleeping wizard, like moonlight filtering through gossamer curtains, touching every corner of consciousness with its silvery glow. This connection allows dreams to become vessels for something far more profound than random neurological firing. They become windows into possibilities, doorways through which the future might whisper its secrets to those capable of listening. Consider the subtle differences that mark a truly magical dream from an ordinary one. The colors appear more vivid, as though painted with pigments that exist nowhere in the waking world. Sounds carry meanings beyond their mere auditory presence. The rustle of leaves might speak of change approaching, while the distant call of an owl could herald the arrival of important news. Scents in magical dreams often linger long after waking, leaving traces of roses that never bloomed or smoke from fires that never burned, yet somehow feel more real than any earthly fragrance. The emotional resonance of magical dreams extends far beyond typical sleeping experiences. Where ordinary dreams might leave fleeting impressions that fade with morning coffee, magical dreams embed themselves in the dreamer's memory with crystalline clarity. Years later, a witch might recall every detail of a prophetic dream, the way starlight reflected in a particular puddle, the exact tone of a voice speaking words of warning, the sensation of wind carrying impossible seasons all at once. Throughout wizarding history, families have passed down stories of significant dreams that shaped their destinies. Picture yourself walking through an ancient wizarding library, running your fingers along leather-bound volumes that chronicle generations of recorded visions. The Longbottom family, for instance, kept detailed dream journals for centuries, noting patterns and recurring symbols that helped them navigate times of uncertainty. The Weasley matriarch, Molly, often spoke of dreams that guided her maternal instincts, helping her sense when her children faced danger even from great distances. The mechanism through which magical dreams operate remains one of the deepest mysteries in wizarding understanding. Some theorists believe that magical blood creates a natural sensitivity to what they call temporal echoes, ripples in time that allow future events to cast shadows backward into the present. Others suggest that the magical core within each wizard acts as a kind of mystical antenna, picking up signals from the vast network of magical energy that connects all living things. The intensity of these dream experiences often correlates with the dreamer's magical strength and emotional state. Young witches and wizards frequently report particularly vivid dreams during times of magical development, as though their growing powers amplify their natural sensitivity to prophetic visions. The dreams of powerful adult wizards, meanwhile, tend toward greater complexity and symbolic depth, requiring careful interpretation to unlock their meanings. Cultural traditions surrounding magical dreams vary significantly across different wizarding communities. In the Highlands of Scotland, ancient magical families practice dream-sharing rituals, where family members gather on certain nights to recount their visions and search for common threads. The wizarding families of Eastern Europe developed elaborate systems of dream interpretation, creating detailed catalogues of symbols and their potential meanings. Meanwhile, the magical communities of the Mediterranean regions focus on the emotional undertones of dreams, believing that feelings carry more prophetic weight than visual imagery. The relationship between magical dreams and waking magic presents fascinating complexities. Some wizards discover that their dream experiences directly influence their spellcasting abilities, finding that particularly powerful visions leave them temporarily stronger or more skilled in certain magical disciplines. Others notice that their dreams seem to respond to their magical practice, becoming more frequent and detailed when they engage regularly with divination or other mystical arts. The burden of receiving significant magical dreams weighs heavily on many who possess this gift. Unlike choosing to consult a crystal ball or read tea leaves, prophetic dreams arrive unbidden, often at moments when the dreamer feels least prepared to handle their implications. The knowledge that one's sleeping mind might receive visions of tragedy, loss, or danger creates a complex relationship with sleep itself, transforming what should be a peaceful refuge into a potential source of anxiety and responsibility. Yet, for all their challenges, magical dreams also offer profound gifts to those who experience them. They provide comfort in times of uncertainty, guidance when difficult choices loom ahead, and connection to the deeper mysteries that make magical life so richly meaningful. The witch who dreams of a loved one's safety during wartime, the wizard whose visions help him locate a missing friend, the young magical person who receives guidance about their future path, all carry forward the ancient tradition of wisdom received through sleep. As you consider the nature of these mystical nighttime journeys, envision yourself drifting towards sleep in a world where dreams hold genuine power. Feel the soft weight of blankets infused with protective charms, smell the subtle fragrance of dream-enhancing herbs tucked beneath your pillow, and sense the gentle magical currents that flow through your resting mind, ready to carry messages from the vast tapestry of possibility that surrounds us all. In this realm where sleep and magic intertwine, where visions dance through the darkness like living paintings of light, we find ourselves at the very heart of what makes the magical world so endlessly fascinating. Dreams become more than mere entertainment for the sleeping mind. They transform into bridges between what is and what might be, offering glimpses of the intricate web that connects all magical existence. What mysteries might your own dreams reveal if you possessed the magical sensitivity to truly listen to their whispered secrets? Chapter 2. The Hall of Prophecy. Deep beneath the bustling corridors of the Ministry of Magic, where the gentle hum of magical lifts and the soft shuffle of official robes create a symphony of bureaucratic life, lies one of the wizarding world's most extraordinary repositories of mystery. The Hall of Prophecy stretches through the shadows like a cathedral of secrets, its towering shelves reaching upward into darkness that seems to swallow even the most persistent light. Here, in this hallowed space maintained by the Department of Mysteries, thousands upon thousands of prophecies rest in perfect, glowing silence. Picture yourself standing at the threshold of this remarkable chamber, feeling the cool marble beneath your feet and sensing the weight of accumulated knowledge pressing gently against your consciousness. The air itself feels different here, thicker somehow, laden with the essence of unspoken futures and whispered destinies. Each breath carries hints of ozone and aged parchment, mixed with something indefinable that speaks to the very soul of magic itself. The prophecies themselves rest within crystalline orbs that pulse with an inner light as soft and steady as a heartbeat. Imagine these spheres as you might envision captured starlight, each one containing not merely words but the complete essence of a prophetic moment. The seer's voice, their emotional state, the magical energy that flowed through them as they spoke words beyond their conscious control. The orbs appeared deceptively simple, their smooth surfaces reflecting the dim lighting of the hall, yet they contained some of the most complex magic known to wizard kind. The creation of these prophetic vessels represents centuries of magical innovation and careful refinement. When a true prophecy is spoken, trained unspeakables employ specialized recording enchantments that capture far more than mere sound. The magic preserves the exact intonation of the seer's voice, the mystical energy that animated their words, and even subtle details about the circumstances surrounding the prediction. Each orb becomes a perfect temporal capsule, maintaining the prophecy in its original state regardless of how many years or centuries might pass. The protective enchantments surrounding these precious artifacts weave together in layers of increasing complexity. The outermost defenses prevent unauthorized access to the hall itself, responding only to those who possess the proper clearance and magical signatures recognized by the ministry's security systems. Deeper protective spells monitor each shelf and row, instantly alerting the unspeakables if anyone attempts to tamper with the carefully maintained organization. The most powerful protections, however, reside within the prophecy orbs themselves. Consider the elegant magical principle that governs access to prophetic knowledge. Only those specifically named within a prophecy, or those directly connected to its fulfillment, can safely handle the corresponding orb. This selective accessibility represents more than mere security. It embodies a fundamental truth about the nature of prophecy itself. Destiny, it seems, chooses its own participants and guards its secrets accordingly. When unauthorized hands attempt to grasp a prophecy orb, the protective magic responds with swift and decisive action, rendering the intruder temporarily unable to comprehend or retain the prophetic message. The organizational system within the Hall of Prophecy reflects both practical necessity and mystical significance. Each shelf bears careful notations indicating date ranges, while individual compartments hold labels written in the flowing script favored by ministry record keepers. Yet beyond this mundane cataloging lies a deeper order that speaks to the interconnected nature of prophetic knowledge. Prophecies related to similar themes, or involving connected individuals, often find themselves shelved in proximity, as though the magic itself recognizes patterns that transcend simple chronological arrangement. The unspeakables who maintain this extraordinary collection approach their duties with a reverence that borders on the religious. These silent guardians of mystery undergo years of specialized training, learning not only the practical aspects of prophecy preservation, but also the philosophical implications of their work. They understand that they serve as custodians of destiny itself, protecting knowledge that could reshape the wizarding world if mishandled or misinterpreted. The daily routines within the Hall of Prophecy follow patterns established over generations of careful practice. Each morning, unspeakables conduct thorough inspections of the shelving systems, checking for any signs of magical degradation or unauthorized interference. They monitor the environmental conditions with meticulous attention, maintaining the precise temperature and humidity levels required to preserve the delicate enchantments within each orb. New prophecies arrive with irregular frequency, requiring immediate assessment and proper cataloging according to established protocols. The hall itself seems to breathe with accumulated wisdom, its very atmosphere thick with the weight of countless predicted futures. The lighting remains deliberately subdued, not merely for practical reasons, but out of respect for the solemn nature of the knowledge contained within these walls. Soft illumination emanates from strategically placed magical sources, creating pools of gentle radiance that guide visitors along approved pathways while leaving the deeper recesses shrouded in contemplative shadow. Consider the profound psychological impact of spending extended time in such a place. The unspeakables who work here daily report a heightened sensitivity to the subtle currents of fate and destiny that flow through the wizarding world. Some describe developing an almost intuitive understanding of how individual choices ripple outward to influence larger patterns, while others speak of gaining deeper appreciation for the delicate balance between free will and predetermined fate. The acoustic properties of the Hall of Prophecy deserve special consideration, for sound behaves differently in this space where so many voices have spoken words of power. Whispers carry farther than they should, while louder sounds seem to dampen themselves out of respect for the surrounding silence. The gentle footsteps of visiting officials echo softly among the shelves, creating rhythmic patterns that blend with the subtle humming of preservation charms and protective enchantments. The temperature within the hall remains consistently cool, maintained by ancient climate control spells that respond to the collective magical energy of the prophecy collection. This coolness serves practical purposes, preserving the delicate magical matrices within each orb, but also creates an atmosphere conducive to contemplation and careful thought. Visitors often find themselves unconsciously lowering their voices and moving with greater deliberation, as though the environment itself encourages respectful behavior. The history of the Hall of Prophecy stretches back to the earliest days of the Ministry of Magic, though the current sophisticated preservation and organization systems represent the culmination of centuries of refinement and improvement. Earlier methods of prophecy storage proved less reliable, leading to the tragic loss of several significant predictions during various conflicts and natural disasters. The modern system, with its redundant protective measures and carefully controlled environment, ensures that no prophetic knowledge will be lost to accident or malice. Among the countless prophecies housed within these hallowed walls, some have achieved particular notoriety for their historical significance or dramatic fulfillment. Yet, for every famous prediction that shaped the course of wizarding history, dozens of others rest in patient silence, their meanings yet to be revealed, or their conditions yet to be met. This vast collection represents not merely a record of the past, but a glimpse into the infinite possibilities that lie ahead for the magical world. As evening settles over the ministry and the last officials depart for their homes, the Hall of Prophecy settles into deeper quietude. The gentle glow of the prophecy orbs continues unabated, creating a constellation of light among the shadows. Here, in this place where the future whispers its secrets to those chosen to hear them, destiny itself seems to slumber peacefully, guarded by magic and tended by devoted hands. What profound truths might await discovery among these glowing orbs, and how might the wisdom they contain reshape our understanding of fate itself? Chapter 3. Sybill Trelawney's Gift. High in the north tower of Hogwarts Castle, where circular windows catch the changing light of Scottish skies, and the scent of burning incense mingles with the perpetual aroma of bergamot tea, Professor Sybill Trelawney inhabits a world caught between theatrical performance and genuine mystical power. Her tower classroom, draped in shimmering fabrics and filled with the soft gleam of crystal spheres, serves as both stage and sanctuary for one of the wizarding world's most misunderstood figures. Picture yourself climbing the narrow spiral staircase that leads to her domain, feeling the smooth stone worn by generations of students' footsteps beneath your hands as you grasp the banister. The air grows warmer as you ascend, heavy with the mingled fragrances of jasmine, sandalwood, and something indefinably mystical that seems to emanate from the very walls themselves. Each step brings you closer to a realm where the ordinary rules of academic instruction bend before the ancient mysteries of divination. The complexity of Sybill Trelawney's character lies in the profound contradiction between her everyday persona and the extraordinary gift that courses through her magical blood. During her regular teaching duties, she presents herself as a figure of dramatic flourish, her enormous spectacles magnifying eyes that seem to see omens in every shadow, her flowing robes and countless bangles creating a symphony of gentle chimes with each movement. Her voice carries the affected cadence of someone perpetually peering beyond the veil of ordinary perception, delivering pronouncements about future tragedy with the practiced ease of theatrical performance. Yet beneath this carefully constructed exterior lies something far more profound and infinitely more burdensome. Sybill Trelawney possesses the genuine gift of prophecy, inherited through her maternal line from the celebrated Cassandra Blavatsky. This authentic ability manifests not through conscious effort or dramatic presentation, but through moments of complete unconsciousness, when her normal personality recedes entirely, allowing something far greater and more mysterious to speak through her lips. Consider the profound loneliness that accompanies such a gift. When Sybill enters the trance-like state that precedes true prophecy, she becomes utterly unaware of her surroundings, her consciousness displaced by forces beyond her understanding or control. The words that flow from her lips during these moments carry the weight of destiny itself, yet she retains no memory of speaking them. She exists in a peculiar liminal space, serving as a vessel for prophecies that could reshape the wizarding world, while remaining largely ignorant of their content and significance. The psychological burden of living with such abilities creates deep wells of insecurity and self-doubt. Sybill knows with painful certainty that her dramatic classroom predictions rarely manifest as described. Her theatrical pronouncements about students' futures serve more as educational theater than genuine divination. Yet she cannot always distinguish between her conscious attempts at mystical insight and the rare moments when true prophecy flows through her. This uncertainty creates a constant tension between her desire to appear competent in her chosen field and her awareness that her most significant contributions occur entirely beyond her conscious control. Imagine the weight of inheriting such a legacy from her great-great-grandmother, whose prophetic abilities earned renown throughout the wizarding world. Cassandra Blavatsky's name appears in the most prestigious divination texts, her predictions studied and analyzed by generations of mystical scholars. For Sybill, this heritage represents both a source of pride and an impossible standard to meet. She understands that she carries within her blood the potential for greatness, yet she cannot summon this power at will, or direct it towards specific questions or concerns. The moments when true prophecy seizes her arrive without warning or preamble. Her voice changes completely, becoming deeper and more resonant, carrying an authority that seems to emanate from somewhere far beyond her normal personality. Her eyes, usually soft with nearsightedness behind their magnifying lenses, grow sharp and focused with an intensity that suggests she sees clearly across vast distances of time and space. Her entire physical presence transforms, becoming a conduit for forces that dwarf ordinary magical ability. The content of her genuine prophecies demonstrates remarkable precision and specificity, standing in stark contrast to the vague generalities that characterize her classroom divination. Where her conscious predictions speak in broad terms about potential dangers and possible triumphs, her true prophetic utterances provide exact details about names, relationships, and specific circumstances. The prophecy concerning Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort, for instance, contained precise information about timing, family connections, and the unique circumstances that would define their intertwined destinies. The isolation inherent in Sybill's position extends beyond the simple fact of her unusual abilities. Her colleagues at Hogwarts often view her with a mixture of skepticism and polite tolerance, unaware that beneath her eccentric exterior lies someone capable of channeling some of the most important prophetic messages in wizarding history. Students frequently dismiss her classes as opportunities for creative storytelling rather than genuine magical education, never suspecting that their seemingly theatrical professor has spoken words that will echo through the ages. The physical toll of serving as a prophetic vessel manifests in various ways throughout Sybill's daily life. After experiencing a true trance, she often feels drained and disoriented, as though some essential part of herself has been temporarily displaced. Her already fragile constitution becomes more pronounced following these episodes, requiring extended periods of rest and quiet contemplation. The sherry she favors serves not merely as a social affectation, but as a genuine comfort, helping to ease the lingering effects of magical exhaustion. Consider the peculiar relationship between Sybill's conscious divination attempts and her unconscious prophetic gift. During regular lessons, she employs traditional divination tools, crystal balls, tea leaves, palm reading, with varying degrees of success. Occasionally, her conscious efforts do yield genuine insights, though these tend toward minor revelations about immediate concerns, rather than world-shaping pronouncements. Her ability to read auras, interpret symbolic patterns, and sense emotional undercurrents represents legitimate magical skill, even when divorced from her more dramatic prophetic capabilities. The timing of her major prophecies reveals interesting patterns that suggest deeper magical principles at work. Her most significant visions occur during periods of heightened magical tension, when the forces of light and darkness gather strength for coming conflicts. The prophecy about Harry Potter emerged during Voldemort's first rise to power, when the magical world teetered on the edge of unprecedented darkness. This suggests that true prophecy responds to moments of historical significance, manifesting when the future hangs in delicate balance. The aftermath of delivering major prophecies leaves Sybill in a state of peculiar vulnerability. Having served as a conduit for forces beyond ordinary comprehension, she often experiences periods of heightened sensitivity to magical currents and emotional atmospheres. Her already considerable intuition becomes even more acute, allowing her to sense tensions and undercurrents that others might miss entirely. Yet this enhanced perception comes at the cost of increased anxiety and uncertainty about her place in the larger scheme of magical destiny. Her relationship with other practitioners of divination reveals both the uniqueness of her gift and the challenges it creates. While she possesses extensive theoretical knowledge about prophetic traditions and divination techniques, her most important contributions occur entirely beyond conscious technique or learned skill. This creates an interesting paradox where she serves as both teacher and student, expert and novice, depending on whether she speaks from conscious knowledge or unconscious inspiration. The tower that serves as her classroom and private quarters reflects the duality of her nature. The dramatic decorations, elaborate furnishings, and mystical ambiance create an environment suited to theatrical instruction and conscious divination practice. Yet the space also contains subtler elements that respond to her deeper gift. Protective charms that activate during prophetic trances, calming enchantments that help her recover from mystical experiences, and recording spells that preserve her utterances even when she herself remains unaware of speaking them. As firelight flickers across the crystal spheres that adorn her workspace, and the evening shadows gather around the circular windows of her tower retreat, Sybill Trelawney continues her dual existence as both theatrical instructor and unconscious prophet. In the gentle silence that settles over Hogwarts after the day's lessons conclude, she perhaps senses, with the intuition that never entirely leaves her, that she carries within herself mysteries far greater than any classroom exercise could encompass. What profound courage must it require to live each day, knowing that destiny itself might speak through your lips at any unexpected moment? Chapter 4. The Potter Prophecy. In the swirling mists of a long-ago evening, when autumn winds carried the first hints of winter through the streets of magical London, destiny chose to speak through unexpected lips in an equally unexpected place. The Hog's Head Inn, with its dimly lit interior and the perpetual scent of roasted meat and old ale, seemed an unlikely venue for one of the most significant prophecies in wizarding history. Yet it was here, in this humble establishment owned by Aberforth Dumbledore, that Sybill Trelawney would utter words that would reshape the magical world forever. Picture yourself in that shadowy tavern, feeling the rough wooden table beneath your hands and hearing the soft crackling of the fire that cast dancing shadows across the worn stone walls. The air hung thick with pipe smoke and the comfortable mustiness of a place where secrets were shared and plans were made. Professor Dumbledore sat across from the young divination teacher, conducting what should have been a routine job interview for the position at Hogwarts. Neither could have anticipated that this quiet meeting would become the epicenter of events that would echo through generations. The prophecy itself emerged without warning or ceremony, as such visions always do. One moment, Sybill sat nervously adjusting her shawls and speaking in the affected tones she used to mask her insecurities, and the next, her voice had transformed into something altogether different, deeper, more resonant, carrying an authority that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of magic itself. Her magnified eyes grew sharp and focused, seeing clearly across the vast distances of time that stretched ahead. The words she spoke that evening would become permanently etched in the collective memory of the wizarding world. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Consider the layers of meaning woven through these seemingly simple phrases. The prophecy spoke not merely of conflict between good and evil, but of a profound connection that would bind two souls across the years, one seeking domination through fear and violence, the other destined to embody love's triumph over hatred. The reference to being marked as equal suggested that the very act of attempting to destroy the prophesied child would create an unbreakable link between them, forging a destiny that neither could escape. Unknown to either Dumbledore or Trelawney, a third presence lurked beyond the tavern door during those fateful moments. Severus Snape, drawn by curiosity about the meeting, and perhaps hoping to gather intelligence for his Dark Lord, pressed close enough to hear the opening words of the prophecy. The cruel irony of this eavesdropping would not become apparent until much later. The man who carried the partial prophecy to Voldemort would spend the rest of his life working desperately to undo the consequences of his own actions. The incomplete nature of Severus's information proved crucial to how events subsequently unfolded. He heard only the first portion of the prophecy before being discovered and ejected from the premises, missing the vital details about the power that the Dark Lord would not understand, and the true nature of the connection between the destined enemies. This partial knowledge created a dangerous gap between prophecy and interpretation, allowing Voldemort to believe he understood his destiny while remaining blind to its most essential elements. The timing of the prophecy, delivered as Voldemort's first reign of terror reached its terrifying peak, demonstrates the intricate relationship between prophetic revelation and historical necessity. The magical world teetered on the edge of complete subjugation, with the Dark Lord's forces growing stronger each day, and hope fading from the hearts of those who opposed him. In this darkest hour, prophecy provided not just prediction but promise, assurance that even the most terrible evil would eventually face a reckoning. Voldemort's response to learning of the prophecy reveals the fundamental flaw in his understanding of magic and power. Rather than recognizing the self-fulfilling nature of prophetic utterances, he chose to take direct action to prevent the prophecy's fulfillment. His decision to seek out and destroy the infant who might grow to challenge him demonstrates both his arrogance and his profound misunderstanding of how destiny operates in the magical world. By acting against the prophecy, he ensured its eventual fulfillment. The identification of Harry Potter as the prophesied child involved tragic coincidence and fatal choice. Both Harry and Neville Longbottom fit the prophecy's initial criteria, both born at the end of July to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort. Yet Voldemort's selection of Harry, influenced perhaps by their shared heritage of mixed blood, transformed what might have remained an abstract prediction into a concrete and terrible reality. The marking that the prophecy foretold came not through some mystical ritual, but through the simple, horrific act of murder attempt. Consider the profound transformation that occurred in that house in Godric's Hollow on Halloween night. Lily Potter's sacrifice created magical protection of extraordinary power. Love transformed into a shield strong enough to repel the killing curse itself. This protection represented the very power that the prophecy indicated the Dark Lord would not understand. Voldemort, who had systematically eliminated love, loyalty, and compassion from his existence, could not comprehend magic that drew its strength from these fundamental human connections. The scar that marked Harry's forehead became far more than a simple physical reminder of that terrible night. It served as a tangible connection between the boy and the Dark Lord, allowing each to sense the other's emotions and occasionally to share thoughts and visions. This connection, born from the failed killing curse, ensured that Harry would never entirely escape Voldemort's influence until their final confrontation. The prophecy's reference to marking as equals took on deeper meaning as the years revealed the extent of their mystical bond. The burden of living as the subject of such a momentous prophecy weighed heavily on Harry throughout his years at Hogwarts and beyond. Knowledge of his destined role created internal conflict between his desire for a normal life and his understanding that normal would never be an option for him. The prophecy transformed every challenge he faced from simple adolescent difficulty into potential preparation for ultimate confrontation, adding layers of significance to experiences that other students might have navigated with typical teenage concerns. The interpretation of prophecy presents ongoing challenges, even for the wisest magical minds. Dumbledore's understanding of the prediction evolved over years of careful consideration and observation, particularly as he witnessed the development of Harry's character and abilities. The headmaster came to recognize that the prophecy's true power lay not in its prediction of events, but in its emphasis on choice, the choice to love rather than hate, to protect rather than destroy, to sacrifice rather than preserve oneself at others' expense. The self-fulfilling nature of prophetic knowledge becomes particularly evident when examining how awareness of the prophecy shaped the actions of every major participant in the subsequent drama. Voldemort's attempts to avoid his predicted fate led directly to its fulfillment, while Harry's knowledge of his destiny influenced his willingness to make the ultimate sacrifice when the moment arrived. Even Severus Snape's guilt over his role in setting events in motion drove him to devote his life to protecting the child whose parents his information had doomed. The ultimate resolution of the prophecy, played out in the depths of the Forbidden Forest during Harry's apparent death, demonstrated the profound wisdom hidden within its seemingly simple words. Harry's willingness to die rather than continue fighting revealed the true nature of the power Voldemort could not understand, the strength that comes from love, sacrifice, and acceptance of mortality. In choosing death, Harry paradoxically chose life, not only for himself, but for everyone threatened by the Dark Lord's reign of terror. The prophecy's fulfillment brought not just the defeat of evil, but the restoration of balance to the magical world. The connection forged between Harry and Voldemort, which had caused so much pain and confusion over the years, finally served its ultimate purpose by allowing love to triumph over hatred through willing sacrifice. The words spoken in a dim tavern so many years before had finally run their course, leaving behind a world forever changed by their power. As starlight filters through ancient windows and the gentle sounds of a peaceful magical world settle into evening quiet, we might reflect on how prophecy shapes not just individual destinies but the grand sweep of magical history itself. How might our own choices echo through time, creating ripples of consequence that extend far beyond our ability to foresee or understand? Chapter 5. Ancient Seers and Oracles. In the mist-shrouded reaches of magical history, where legend and documented fact intertwine like morning fog around ancient standing stones, the names of great seers echo through time with the weight of profound wisdom and terrible burden. These remarkable individuals, blessed and cursed with the ability to peer beyond the veil of present moment into the swirling possibilities of future days, shaped the course of wizarding civilization through their visions of what was yet to come. Picture yourself walking through the portrait-lined corridors of magical memory, where painted figures of long-dead oracles still whisper fragments of their predictions to those who pause to listen. The most celebrated among these prophetic voices belongs to Cassandra Blavatsky, whose name graces the pages of every serious work on divination, and whose bloodline continues to carry the gift of true sight through the generations. Her great-great-granddaughter, Sybill Trelawney, inherited not only her mystical abilities, but also the complex legacy of serving as a vessel for powers beyond ordinary comprehension. Cassandra Blavatsky lived during the tumultuous 15th century, when the wizarding world struggled to establish stable institutions while hiding from an increasingly suspicious Muggle population. Her prophecies during this period proved instrumental in guiding magical communities towards safety and cohesion. She foretold the rise of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy nearly 2 centuries before its implementation, warning that the growing tension between magical and non-magical peoples would eventually require formal separation for the protection of both communities. Consider the atmospheric conditions under which these ancient seers practiced their art. Unlike the comfortable tower rooms of modern Hogwarts, early prophetic visions often manifested in sacred groves where moonlight filtered through ancient oak branches, in stone circles where ley lines converged with particular intensity, or in natural caves where the earth's magical energy concentrated into pools of mystical power. These locations, chosen for their natural enhancement of psychic abilities, created environments where the boundary between present and future grew thin enough for gifted individuals to slip between temporal states. The Oracle of Cumae, perhaps the most famous prophetic figure in the ancient Mediterranean magical world, established traditions that influenced divination practices for millennia. Her sanctuary, carved into volcanic rock near Naples, became a pilgrimage destination for wizards and witches seeking glimpses of their destiny. The oracle spoke her prophecies in verse, her words flowing with rhythmic cadences that seemed to resonate with the natural harmonies of magical energy itself. Her predictions, inscribed on leaves that would scatter in supernatural winds, required careful collection and interpretation by trained acolytes. The methodologies employed by ancient seers varied significantly across different magical cultures, yet certain patterns emerged that suggest universal principles underlying prophetic ability. Celtic druids achieved their visions through elaborate rituals involving sacred herbs, ceremonial fires, and meditative practices that could last for days. Norse seers, known as Velar, combined runic divination with trance states induced by rhythmic chanting and the ingestion of specially prepared magical substances. Egyptian oracles relied heavily on astronomical observations, believing that the movements of celestial bodies provided a cosmic script from which future events could be read. The burden of prophetic gift weighed particularly heavily on these ancient practitioners, who lacked the supportive institutional structures available to modern seers. Many lived as hermits or wanderers, their abilities setting them apart from ordinary magical society. The loneliness of seeing futures that others could not perceive, combined with the frequent inability to prevent predicted tragedies, created profound psychological challenges. Historical accounts speak of seers driven to madness by the weight of their visions, their minds fractured by exposure to too many possible futures simultaneously. The accuracy of ancient prophecies presents fascinating patterns when examined across centuries of documented predictions. The most reliable visions tended to focus on broad historical movements rather than specific individual actions, suggesting that large-scale forces of change create stronger temporal echoes than personal choices. Prophecies concerning the rise and fall of magical dynasties, the discovery of new magical disciplines, and conflicts between different magical communities demonstrated remarkable precision, while predictions about individual marriages, career choices, or minor political appointments proved far less reliable. Consider the role of cultural interpretation in shaping how prophetic visions were understood and recorded. The same mystical experience might be described quite differently depending on the seer's cultural background, religious beliefs, and available vocabulary for expressing transcendent experiences. Celtic oracles might frame their visions in terms of seasonal cycles and natural forces, while Mediterranean seers drew upon classical mythology and philosophical concepts. These cultural filters didn't necessarily distort the essential truth of the prophecies, but they certainly influenced how that truth was communicated to subsequent generations. The preservation of ancient prophetic knowledge required extraordinary dedication from generations of magical scholars and scribes. Many early prophecies were transmitted orally for centuries before being committed to written form, creating opportunities for gradual changes in wording and emphasis. The most important predictions were often carved in stone or inscribed on magical materials that would resist both time and tampering. Yet even these permanent records required careful interpretation to unlock their full meaning. The symbolic language favored by ancient seers, with its layers of metaphor and cultural reference, continues to challenge modern divination scholars. The Oracle of Delphi, perhaps the most famous prophetic figure in the ancient world, maintained her sacred site for over 1,000 years through an unbroken succession of gifted women. Each oracle inherited not only the title, but also access to mystical forces concentrated at that particular location. The vapors that rose from fissures in the earth beneath the temple, contained natural psychoactive compounds that, when combined with the oracle's innate sensitivity, induced prophetic states of remarkable clarity and power. Her pronouncements, delivered in cryptic verse and interpreted by trained priests, influenced political decisions across the ancient Mediterranean world. The relationship between ancient seers and political power created complex dynamics that often placed prophetic individuals in positions of great influence and considerable danger. Rulers sought out oracles to guide military campaigns, domestic policies, and succession decisions, yet they frequently reacted with violence when prophecies contradicted their desires or threatened their plans. Many seers learned to couch their predictions in sufficiently ambiguous language to provide accuracy while minimizing immediate political risk, a survival strategy that unfortunately also reduced the practical value of their guidance. The training methods employed by ancient prophetic traditions reveal sophisticated understanding of how psychic abilities could be developed and refined. Young seers underwent years of preparation involving meditation techniques, study of symbolic systems, and gradual exposure to increasingly powerful mystical experiences. Master oracles passed down not only technical knowledge, but also wisdom about managing the psychological and spiritual challenges inherent in prophetic work. These mentoring relationships created unbroken chains of knowledge that preserved ancient techniques across many generations. The astronomical knowledge possessed by ancient seers demonstrates the sophisticated integration of scientific observation with mystical practice. Many oracles maintain detailed records of planetary movements, lunar cycles, and stellar configurations, believing that celestial patterns provided a kind of cosmic clockwork that regulated the flow of prophetic energy. Modern magical astronomers continue to find valuable insights in these ancient star charts, which often contain observations and calculations that weren't replicated by Mughal astronomers until centuries later. The decline of the great prophetic traditions coincided with broader changes in magical society, particularly the increasing emphasis on structured education and institutional authority over individual mystical experience. As magical schools like Hogwarts established standardized curricula for divination studies, the wild, untamed traditions of ancient oracles gradually gave way to more domesticated forms of prophetic practice. While this transformation brought greater safety and stability to the field of divination, it may also have reduced the raw power and authenticity that characterized the greatest seers of antiquity. The artifacts left behind by ancient oracles continue to fascinate modern magical researchers. Scrying mirrors carved from volcanic glass, crystal spheres charged with centuries of mystical energy, and ceremonial implements, worn smooth by countless rituals, provide tangible connections to prophetic traditions that shape the magical world. These objects often retain traces of their original enchantments, occasionally producing spontaneous visions in sensitive individuals who handle them with proper reverence and preparation. As evening shadows lengthen and the boundary between day and night mirrors the eternal threshold between present and future, we might pause to honor these ancient guardians of prophetic wisdom, whose courage in facing the unknown helped illuminate the path forward for countless generations. What timeless truths might still whisper through the ages from these voices of prophecy, waiting to guide us through the mysteries of our own uncertain futures? Chapter 6. The Art of Dream Interpretation. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the magical world rests in the gentle embrace of slumber, and the veil between waking consciousness and mystical revelation grows gossamer thin, countless wizards and witches experience visions that dance through their sleeping minds like living tapestries woven from moonbeams and memory. The art of interpreting these nocturnal messages has evolved over centuries into a sophisticated discipline that combines ancient wisdom with intuitive insight, creating pathways to understanding that illuminate both personal destiny and universal truth. Picture yourself seated in a cozy study lined with leather-bound volumes on dream symbolism, their pages filled with centuries of accumulated knowledge about the mysterious language that speaks to us in sleep. The warm glow of candlelight flickers across hand-drawn illustrations, depicting the archetypal images that populate magical dreams, soaring eagles that herald triumph, serpents that whisper of hidden knowledge, and flowing waters that speak of emotional transformation. Each symbol carries layers of meaning that shift and change, depending on the dreamer's personal circumstances and cultural background. The foundation of dream interpretation rests upon the understanding that magical dreams operate according to symbolic logic rather than literal representation. When a witch dreams of flying through storm clouds, the vision rarely predicts actual meteorological events, but more likely speaks to her ability to navigate emotional turbulence with grace and determination. The storm represents internal conflict, while the act of flying symbolizes transcendence over limitation. Together, they suggest that current difficulties will yield to spiritual growth and expanded perspective. Traditional interpretation methods passed down through generations of magical families emphasize the importance of immediate emotional response to dream imagery. The first feeling experienced upon waking often provides the most reliable guide to a dream's essential meaning, even when the logical mind struggles to understand why particular symbols evoked such strong reactions. A dream featuring a seemingly pleasant garden party might leave the dreamer with inexplicable feelings of dread, suggesting that superficial harmony masks underlying tension or deception in waking life. Consider the intricate relationship between personal association and universal symbolism that characterizes magical dream interpretation. While certain images carry broadly recognized meanings across magical cultures, owls representing wisdom, roses symbolizing love, mirrors reflecting hidden truths, the specific significance of any symbol depends heavily on the dreamer's individual experiences and emotional connections. A wizard who grew up fearing dogs might experience canine dream imagery quite differently than one whose childhood companion was a loyal magical hound. The timing of prophetic dreams within sleep cycles reveals important information about their nature and significance. Visions occurring during the deep sleep of early night hours often carry messages about foundational life patterns and soul-level guidance, while dreams experienced in the lighter sleep before dawn frequently address immediate practical concerns and near-future events. The most powerful prophetic dreams tend to arrive during the liminal periods of dusk and dawn, when the boundary between conscious and unconscious mind grows particularly permeable. Crystal ball gazing, one of the most renowned forms of divination in the magical world, shares surprising connections with dream interpretation methodology. Both practices rely on the ability to perceive symbolic patterns and translate intuitive impressions into meaningful guidance. Master crystal gazers often describe their scrying experiences in terms remarkably similar to dream states, the emergence of misty images that gradually clarify into recognizable forms, the sudden arrival of understanding that bypasses logical analysis, and the challenge of retaining and articulating visions that seem to dissolve under direct scrutiny. The preparation of dream enhancement potions represents another intersection between traditional divination and dream work. Gentle infusions of mugwort, lavender, and moonstone powder can increase both the frequency and clarity of prophetic dreams, while protection charms woven into sleeping chambers help ensure that dream visions remain pure and undistorted by external magical influences. The most skilled dream interpreters maintain special sanctuaries dedicated exclusively to sleep work, where accumulated positive energy supports deeper and more accurate visionary experiences. Tea leaf reading, with its emphasis on recognizing meaningful patterns within seemingly random arrangements, provides excellent training for developing dream interpretation skills. The mental flexibility required to perceive faces in tea leaves, animals in ink blots, and messages in cloud formations strengthens the same intuitive faculties needed to decode dream symbolism. Many divination teachers encourage their students to practice with various scrying methods as preparation for more advanced dream work. Cultural variations in dream interpretation reveal fascinating insights into how different magical communities understand the relationship between sleeping visions and waking reality. Celtic traditions emphasize the connection between dreams and the natural world, interpreting animal appearances and seasonal imagery as messages from the living spirit of the earth itself. Mediterranean magical cultures focus more heavily on ancestral communication through dreams, believing that deceased family members frequently offer guidance and warnings through nocturnal visitations. The role of recurring dreams in magical interpretation deserves special consideration, as these repeated visions often signal particularly important messages that demand sustained attention. When the same symbolic scenario appears night after night, it typically indicates either unresolved emotional issues that require healing attention or approaching life changes that need careful preparation. The gradual evolution of recurring dreams over time can provide valuable insight into personal growth processes and spiritual development. Color symbolism in magical dreams follows both universal patterns and personal associations that skilled interpreters learn to recognize and differentiate. Deep blues often relate to spiritual wisdom and emotional depth, while brilliant golds suggest approaching recognition or material success. However, a witch who associates purple with grief due to personal loss might experience purple dream imagery quite differently than one who connects that color with royal authority or mystical power. Effective interpretation requires balancing traditional symbolic meanings with individual psychological patterns. The phenomenon of shared dreams, where multiple individuals experience similar or connected visions during the same time period, represents one of the most intriguing aspects of magical dream work. These synchronized experiences often precede significant community events or indicate the emergence of collective challenges that require coordinated response. Families with strong magical bonds frequently report shared dreams during times of crisis, suggesting that deep emotional connections can create telepathic links that operate most freely during sleep. Nightmares and disturbing dreams require particularly careful interpretation, as they may represent either internal psychological processing or external magical interference. Skilled dream workers learn to distinguish between dreams that serve healthy emotional release functions and those that might indicate curse work or psychic attack. Protective rituals performed before sleep can help ensure that disturbing dreams serve constructive purposes rather than harmful ones. The integration of dream messages into waking life decisions presents ongoing challenges even for experienced interpreters. Prophetic dreams rarely provide specific instructions about actions to take, instead offering symbolic guidance that requires translation into practical steps. A dream about crossing a bridge might suggest the wisdom of accepting a new opportunity, but the dreamer must use personal judgment to identify which specific opportunity the vision references. Advanced dream interpretation techniques include the practice of lucid dreaming, where skilled practitioners learn to maintain conscious awareness during dream states. This ability allows for direct interaction with dream imagery and the possibility of requesting clarification about confusing symbols or unclear messages. Lucid dreamers can ask dream figures to explain their significance, explore symbolic landscapes more thoroughly, and even attempt to guide dream narratives toward greater clarity and resolution. The documentation of dream experiences through detailed journals provides invaluable assistance for developing interpretation skills over time. Patterns that might not be apparent in individual dreams often become clear when viewed across weeks or months of recorded experiences. Many accomplished dream interpreters maintain journals spanning decades, creating personal databases of symbolic correspondences and prophetic confirmations that enhance their understanding of their own unique dream language. The relationship between dream interpretation and other forms of divination creates opportunities for cross-referencing and validation that strengthen overall prophetic accuracy. Dreams about specific tarot card imagery might prompt actual card readings that provide additional clarity, while astrological events reflected in dreams can be confirmed through celestial observation. This integration of multiple divination methods creates a more complete and reliable system for understanding prophetic guidance, as the gentle rhythm of sleeping breath fills the quiet darkness, and dream visions dance behind closed eyelids like stars reflected in still water. We find ourselves participants in an ancient dialogue between conscious mind and mystical wisdom that has guided humanity since the beginning of time. What hidden truths might your own dreams be whispering to you, waiting patiently for the moment when you develop the skills to hear their gentle guidance. Chapter 7. Nightmares and Dark Visions. In the shadowed corners of the sleeping mind, where fears take shape and darkness whispers its seductive lies, even the most powerful wizards must confront the terrible possibility that their dreams may no longer belong entirely to them. The corruption of natural dream states represents one of the most insidious forms of magical attack, transforming what should be peaceful refuge into battlegrounds where psychological warfare unfolds beneath the cloak of apparent slumber. Picture yourself lying in a bed surrounded by protective charms, feeling the gentle weight of blankets woven with defensive enchantments, yet knowing that even these safeguards cannot guarantee the sanctity of your sleeping thoughts. The boundary between authentic nightmare and externally imposed vision grows dangerously thin when dark wizards learn to manipulate the vulnerable consciousness of their enemies. What appears to be a natural fear response might actually represent carefully crafted psychological manipulation designed to weaken resolve and undermine confidence. The case of Harry Potter's corrupted dreams during his 5th year at Hogwarts provides a sobering example of how powerfully dark magic can pervert the natural dream state. Voldemort's ability to plant false visions in Harry's mind demonstrated the terrifying potential for evil to invade even the most private mental spaces. The vivid nightmare of Sirius Black being tortured in the Department of Mysteries felt completely authentic to Harry, carrying all the emotional weight and sensory detail of genuine prophetic vision while serving the Dark Lord's strategic purposes. Consider the subtle psychological mechanisms through which false dreams achieve their devastating effects. Unlike crude imperious curses that override conscious will through direct magical compulsion, dream manipulation operates by exploiting the dreamer's existing fears, desires, and emotional vulnerabilities. The most effective false visions contain enough authentic elements to bypass natural skepticism, weaving genuine concerns and realistic scenarios into frameworks designed to provoke specific responses. The distinction between authentic prophetic nightmares and externally imposed visions requires careful analysis by trained experts in defensive magic and dream interpretation. Natural nightmares, even those containing genuinely prophetic elements, typically reflect the dreamer's subconscious processing of real concerns and possibilities. They may be disturbing or even terrifying, but they serve constructive psychological functions by helping the mind prepare for potential challenges or work through unresolved emotional conflicts. Artificially created nightmares, by contrast, often contain subtle inconsistencies that trained observers can learn to recognize. The emotional responses they generate may feel excessive or inappropriate compared to the actual content of the dream. Details that should be clear in genuine visions might remain frustratingly vague, while irrelevant elements receive disproportionate emphasis. Most importantly, false dreams typically drive the dreamer towards specific actions that serve the manipulator's agenda rather than the dreamer's genuine well-being. The magical techniques required to create and maintain false dream visions demand considerable skill and sustained effort from the attacking wizard. Unlike simple hexes or curses that affect the physical body, dream manipulation requires establishing and maintaining psychic connections that operate across potentially vast distances. The dark wizard must possess intimate knowledge of the target's psychological landscape, understanding their deepest fears and strongest emotional triggers well enough to craft convincing deceptions. Voldemort's particular talent for dream invasion stemmed partly from his exceptional skill in legilimency, and partly from the unique magical connection he shared with Harry Potter. The failed killing curse that created Harry's scar established a two-way link between their minds that persisted throughout Harry's adolescence. This connection allowed Voldemort to sense Harry's emotions and occasionally to view events through Harry's eyes, but it also provided a pathway for more aggressive mental intrusions. The protective measures employed by skilled wizards to guard against dream corruption involve multiple layers of magical and psychological defense. Physical safeguards include protective amulets worn during sleep, defensive charms cast upon sleeping chambers, and enchanted dream catchers that filter out malevolent influences while preserving natural dream states. More advanced protection involves mental discipline techniques that strengthen the dreamer's ability to maintain conscious awareness even during deep sleep states. Occlumency training, the magical discipline of protecting one's mind against external intrusion, provides essential defense against dream manipulation. Skilled occlumens learn to construct mental barriers that remain active even during sleep, preventing unauthorized access to their subconscious thoughts and dream experiences. However, mastering these techniques requires years of dedicated practice and exceptional mental discipline that few wizards achieve completely. The psychological aftermath of experiencing false nightmares can prove nearly as damaging as the immediate effects of the deceptive visions themselves. Victims often struggle with persistent uncertainty about the authenticity of their dreams, questioning whether even natural nightmares might represent external manipulation. This erosion of trust in one's own perceptions can lead to chronic anxiety, sleep disturbances, and reluctance to act upon genuine intuitive guidance. Consider the broader implications of dream warfare for magical society as a whole. When sleeping minds become potential battlefields, the very concept of private thought comes under threat. Communities must develop new forms of magical law enforcement capable of detecting and prosecuting crimes that occur entirely within the realm of consciousness. The evidence for such attacks often exists only in the victim's memory, creating complex legal and ethical challenges for magical justice systems. The healing process for those who have experienced dream manipulation requires specialized treatment that addresses both magical and psychological trauma. Trained mind healers employ techniques that help victims distinguish between authentic memories and implanted experiences, gradually rebuilding confidence in their natural perceptual abilities. This healing work often involves revisiting the traumatic experiences in safe, controlled environments where proper support and protection can be maintained. Natural nightmares, while disturbing, serve important functions in the healthy magical psyche that should not be suppressed or eliminated entirely. These dreams help process traumatic experiences, work through complex emotional conflicts, and prepare the mind for potential future challenges. Even genuinely prophetic nightmares that warn of approaching danger provide valuable guidance despite their frightening content. The role of guilt and self-doubt in making individuals vulnerable to dream manipulation cannot be understated. Voldemort's false visions of Sirius in danger proved so effective partly because they exploited Harry's existing feelings of responsibility for his godfather's safety. Dark wizards often study their targets extensively, identifying emotional weak points that can be exploited through carefully crafted psychological manipulation. The detection of ongoing dream attacks often requires the assistance of trusted friends or family members who can observe changes in the victim's behavior and emotional state. Sleep disturbances, unusual anxiety patterns, and behavioral changes that seem inconsistent with known circumstances may indicate external interference with natural dream processes. Early intervention significantly improves the chances of breaking free from dream manipulation before permanent psychological damage occurs. The training of magical law enforcement personnel in recognizing and investigating dream-based attacks represents an evolving field within the broader discipline of magical crime detection. Aurors specializing in psychological warfare learn to identify the subtle magical signatures left behind by dream manipulation spells, though such evidence often proves difficult to preserve and present in formal legal proceedings. The connection between powerful emotions and vulnerability to dream attack suggests that periods of intense stress, grief, or fear create windows of opportunity for malevolent interference. During times of personal crisis, even well-trained wizards may find their mental defenses weakened enough to allow unwanted intrusions. This vulnerability emphasizes the importance of community support and professional assistance during difficult life transitions. Research into defensive dream magic continues to evolve as new threats emerge and existing techniques prove inadequate against increasingly sophisticated attacks. The development of early warning systems that can detect unauthorized psychic intrusions before they fully manifest represents one promising avenue of investigation. Similarly, the creation of collective protective networks that allow trusted individuals to monitor each other's dream experiences offers hope for community-based defense strategies. The study of naturally occurring prophetic nightmares provides valuable insights into the authentic characteristics that distinguish genuine visions from artificial manipulations. True prophetic dreams, even when they warn of terrible events, typically leave the dreamer with a sense of empowerment or clarity about potential responses. False nightmares, by contrast, often generate feelings of helplessness and confusion that serve the manipulator's goals rather than the dreamer's spiritual development. As moonlight filters through protective charms and the peaceful darkness of natural sleep settles over the magical world, we find comfort in knowing that even the darkest dreams eventually yield to dawn, and that love and friendship provide the strongest shields against those who would corrupt our most private thoughts. What inner strength might you discover within yourself when facing the shadows that sometimes dance through even the safest dreams? Chapter 8. Luna, Lovegood, and Intuitive Magic. In the gently swaying towers of magical understanding, where conventional wisdom meets the whispered secrets of the universe, few figures shine as brightly as Luna Lovegood, whose dreamy disposition and seemingly eccentric observations mask a profound connection to truths that escape more rigid minds. Her ability to perceive what others cannot see, to hear melodies in apparent silence, and to find meaning in moments that others dismiss as random chance represents a form of magic that operates beyond the boundaries of traditional spellcasting and potion brewing. Picture yourself wandering through the Lovegood home, where the walls curve in impossible spirals, and every surface displays evidence of a mind that sees wonder in the most unlikely places. The scent of wild herbs and magical printing ink mingles in the air, while gentle breezes carry the sound of Luna's voice as she hums melodies that seem to harmonize with frequencies only she can hear. This environment, so different from the structured halls of Hogwarts or the ordered rooms of more conventional magical households, nurtures a type of awareness that thrives in freedom and mystery. Luna's unique perspective on the magical world stems from her fundamental openness to possibilities that others have learned to dismiss or ignore. Where most wizards filter their perceptions through established magical theory and accepted facts, Luna approaches each experience with the fresh wonder of someone encountering magic for the first time. This childlike receptivity, combined with her natural intelligence and intuitive sensitivity, allows her to perceive subtle energies and connections that more analytical minds overlook in their pursuit of logical explanation. Consider the profound wisdom hidden within Luna's seemingly random observations about creatures and phenomena that exist beyond the edges of accepted magical knowledge. Her matter-of-fact discussions of nargles, rackspurts, and crumple-horn snorkax reflect not delusion, but rather sensitivity to energetic patterns and magical influences that conventional detection methods cannot measure. While these creatures may not exist in the physical forms that Luna describes, her awareness of their presence points toward real magical forces that affect mood, thought, and circumstance in ways that traditional magical education rarely acknowledges. The relationship between Luna's unconventional beliefs and her demonstrated magical abilities reveals fascinating insights into how expanded awareness can enhance spellcasting effectiveness and magical sensitivity. Her success in learning advanced defensive spells during Dumbledore's army meetings, despite her reputation for academic daydreaming, suggests that her open-minded approach to magic actually provides significant advantages over more rigid methodological training. Her spells carry a natural grace and fluidity that speaks to deep harmony between intention and magical energy. Luna's response to loss and trauma demonstrates the healing power of maintaining connection to mystery and wonder, even during the darkest periods of life. The death of her mother in a magical accident when Luna was 9 years old could have closed her heart to joy and possibility, yet she chose instead to embrace an even deeper faith in the unseen connections that bind all living things. Her ability to find comfort in conversations with deceased loved ones, whether through actual spiritual communication or intuitive remembrance, provides a model for processing grief that honors both loss and continued love. The seeming randomness of Luna's conversational topics often conceals remarkable insight into the emotional and spiritual needs of those around her. Her tendency to mention seemingly irrelevant observations about invisible creatures or unlikely possibilities frequently provides exactly the perspective shift that her listeners need to see their problems from new angles. This gift for offering indirect wisdom through apparent non-sequiturs suggests highly developed empathic abilities that operate below the threshold of conscious awareness. Consider Luna's role as a friend and ally during the dangerous years of Voldemort's return, when fear and suspicion poisoned the atmosphere of the magical world. Her unshakable belief in the goodness of her friends and the ultimate triumph of love over hatred provided essential emotional support during periods when more pragmatic perspectives might have counseled despair or surrender. Her presence reminded others that maintaining hope and wonder represents not naive foolishness but profound spiritual strength. The magical theory underlying Luna's intuitive abilities relates to advanced concepts about the interconnectedness of all magical energy and the permeable boundaries between different planes of existence. Her sensitivity to these connections allows her to perceive information and energies that operate outside normal sensory channels, much like how some magical creatures can see or sense things invisible to human perception. This expanded awareness represents not a departure from magical principles, but rather a more complete understanding of how magic actually operates in the world. Luna's artistic sensibilities, expressed through her unusual fashion choices and creative accessories, reflect her commitment to living authentically according to her inner vision, rather than conforming to external expectations. Her radish earrings, butterbeer cork necklaces, and spectacles adorned with colorful decorations serve as more than mere eccentricities. They function as protective talismans and personal power objects that support her unique magical practice. Each element carries symbolic meaning that reinforces her connection to her authentic self and her spiritual beliefs. The relationship between Luna's seemingly absent-minded demeanor and her sharp perceptiveness reveals the difference between intellectual distraction and spiritual attunement. While she may appear disconnected from immediate practical concerns, she remains exquisitely sensitive to the emotional undercurrents and hidden dynamics that shape human interactions. Her ability to see through pretense and recognize genuine character demonstrates that her dreamy exterior masks highly developed discernment. Luna's approach to magical education emphasizes experiential learning and personal discovery over rote memorization and standardized techniques. Her success in subjects like care of magical creatures stems from her natural empathy with non-human consciousness and her willingness to approach each magical being as a unique individual worthy of respect and understanding. This perspective allows her to form connections with creatures that might remain hostile or fearful when approached through more conventional training methods. The protective power of Luna's innocent faith manifests in her ability to remain unaffected by dark influences that successfully corrupt or intimidate others. Her exposure to Dementors, her imprisonment by Death Eaters, and her participation in dangerous rescue missions never dim her fundamental optimism or shake her belief in the essential goodness of existence. This spiritual resilience provides a form of protection that purely technical magical defenses cannot match. Consider the role of imagination in Luna's magical practice, where the boundary between creative visualization and actual spellcasting becomes beautifully blurred. Her ability to envision positive outcomes, to see beauty in unlikely places, and to maintain faith in happy endings, represents more than wishful thinking. It constitutes a form of reality-shaping magic that operates through love, hope, and sustained positive intention rather than through formal incantations or wand movements. Luna's gift for helping others discover their own hidden strengths and overlooked talents reflects her fundamental understanding that every individual possesses unique magical abilities that may not conform to standard educational categories. Her encouragement of Neville's growing confidence, her validation of Harry's experiences with creatures others cannot see, and her support for her friend's various endeavors demonstrate how authentic seeing and believing can empower others to recognize and develop their own special gifts. The silence that Luna maintains about her most profound spiritual experiences suggests a deep wisdom about the sacred nature of mystery and the importance of protecting inner visions from the skepticism and analysis that might diminish their power. Her willingness to share surface-level observations about magical creatures while keeping deeper revelations private shows sophisticated understanding of how to live with expanded awareness in a world that often fears or ridicules what it cannot explain. Luna's legacy within the magical community extends far beyond her individual achievements to encompass her role as a bridge between conventional magical practice and the vast realms of possibility that lie beyond established knowledge. Her life demonstrates that remaining open to wonder, maintaining faith in love's ultimate triumph, and trusting in the wisdom of the heart provide not only personal fulfillment, but also practical advantages in navigating the complexities of magical existence. As starlight filters through windows that reflect both seen and unseen worlds, and gentle dreams carry messages from realms beyond ordinary perception, Luna's example reminds us that the greatest magic often lies not in what we can prove or explain, but in what we have the courage to believe and the wisdom to trust. What hidden wonders might reveal themselves to you if you approached each day with Luna's open heart and willingness to see magic in the most unexpected places? Chapter 9. Dreams as Magical Communication. In the quiet realm where sleeping minds drift like luminous boats across vast oceans of consciousness, the most profound form of magical communication unfolds through shared dreams that bridge distances both physical and emotional. These intimate connections between souls transcend the limitations of ordinary magical messaging, creating channels through which love, wisdom, and urgent warnings can flow with an immediacy and emotional depth that no other form of magical correspondence can achieve. Picture yourself lying in peaceful slumber, feeling the gentle rhythm of your breathing as it synchronizes with currents of magical energy that connect your dreaming mind to others across the wizarding world. The sensation begins subtly, a warmth that spreads through your consciousness like morning sunlight filtering through curtains, followed by the gradual awareness that you are no longer alone in your private dream space. Another presence joins you, familiar and welcome, carrying with it the unmistakable signature of someone whose magical essence harmonizes perfectly with your own. The mechanics of dream communication operate through principles that scholars of magical theory continue to study and debate. Unlike the deliberate casting of communication charms or the physical transmission of messages through magical post, dream sharing appears to emerge spontaneously from deep emotional connections between individuals who share strong bonds of love, friendship, or family ties. The sleeping mind, freed from the analytical constraints of waking consciousness, becomes capable of reaching across vast distances to touch another soul in moments of particular need or significance. Consider the profound intimacy inherent in shared dream experiences, where participants can communicate not merely through words, but through direct transmission of emotions, memories, and sensory impressions. In the dream realm, a mother's worry for her distant child can manifest as tangible warmth that provides actual comfort, while a friend's encouragement during times of crisis might appear as guiding light that illuminates dark pathways through symbolic landscapes. These exchanges operate below the threshold of ordinary language, conveying meaning through the deeper vocabularies of feeling and intuition. The spontaneous nature of dream communication makes it particularly valuable during emergencies when conventional magical messaging systems might prove inadequate or unavailable. Family members separated by war or crisis often report receiving dream visits that provide crucial information about safety, location, or urgent needs. These communications carry an authenticity and emotional resonance that makes them instantly recognizable as genuine contact rather than wishful thinking or anxiety-driven fantasy. The role of emotional intensity in facilitating dream communication cannot be overstated. The strongest dream connections typically occur during periods of heightened feeling, moments of profound love, desperate worry, overwhelming joy, or urgent danger. These powerful emotional states appear to amplify the natural psychic abilities that exist within all magical individuals, temporarily boosting their capacity to project consciousness beyond the boundaries of their physical location. Historical accounts of dream communication during times of magical conflict reveal fascinating patterns about how crisis situations can temporarily strengthen psychic connections between individuals. During the original war against Voldemort, many families reported increased frequency of shared dreams, as though the collective threat to the magical community created psychic networks that allowed rapid dissemination of warnings and comfort. These wartime dream networks often included individuals who had never experienced psychic communication during peacetime, suggesting that extreme circumstances can awaken latent abilities. The protective aspects of dream communication deserve special attention, as these experiences can provide both emotional support and practical magical protection. When a loved one appears in dreams during times of danger, they often bring with them protective energy that manifests as actual magical shielding or healing power. Children separated from magical parents frequently report dream visits that provide not only comfort, but also temporary enhancement of their own magical abilities, as though parental love could transmit actual magical strength across dimensional boundaries. The training methods used by families with strong traditions of dream communication involve gradual development of psychic sensitivity through meditation, shared visualization exercises, and careful attention to emotional harmonization. Parents often begin teaching young children to recognize and respond to dream visitations by creating regular bedtime rituals that emphasize connection and receptivity. These practices strengthen the natural psychic bonds that exist within loving families while providing children with tools for maintaining contact during periods of physical separation. Consider the ethical considerations surrounding dream communication, particularly questions about consent and privacy that arise when consciousness can reach across distances to touch sleeping minds. The most authentic dream communications appear to respect natural boundaries, manifesting only when the receiving mind is genuinely open and receptive to contact. Forced or unwanted dream intrusions typically indicate manipulation rather than genuine loving communication, and they often leave recipients feeling disturbed rather than comforted. The symbolic language employed in dream communication often reflects the personal mythology and shared experiences that connect the communicating individuals. Spouses might communicate through references to special places they visited together, while parents and children often employ symbols drawn from beloved bedtime stories or family traditions. These personal symbolic vocabularies create layers of meaning that make dream messages both more secure and more emotionally resonant than conventional magical communication. The verification of authentic dream communication presents ongoing challenges for magical researchers who study psychic phenomena. Unlike physical magical effects that leave measurable traces, dream communications exist primarily in the realm of subjective experience. However, cases where dreamers receive accurate information that they could not have obtained through normal means provide compelling evidence for the reality of these connections. The most convincing examples involve specific details about distant events that are later confirmed through independent sources. The healing power of dream communication becomes particularly evident in cases involving loss and grief, where bereaved individuals often receive comforting visits from deceased loved ones. While the exact nature of these experiences remains a subject of theological and magical debate, their therapeutic value is undeniable. These dream encounters frequently provide closure, forgiveness, and ongoing guidance that helps survivors process their loss and continue their lives with renewed purpose and hope. The phenomenon of collective dream communication, where groups of individuals share similar dream experiences during significant events, suggests that psychic connections can extend beyond personal relationships to encompass broader community bonds. During times of celebration or crisis that affect entire magical communities, many individuals report experiencing dreams that reflect shared concerns, hopes, or spiritual insights. These collective experiences appear to strengthen social cohesion and cultural identity within magical populations. The relationship between dream communication and traditional forms of magical messaging reveals interesting complementarities and distinctions. While owl post and magical devices like the Protean charm can transmit specific information reliably and on demand, dream communication excels at conveying emotional support, spiritual guidance, and intuitive insights that resist translation into ordinary language. The two forms of magical communication often work together, with dreams providing emotional context for information received through conventional channels. The development of technological aids for dream communication represents an emerging field within magical innovation. Experimental devices designed to enhance psychic sensitivity during sleep, protective charms that create secure channels for dream contact, and recording crystals that preserve dream messages for later review all show promise for expanding access to these profound forms of connection. However, most practitioners emphasize that technological assistance cannot replace the fundamental requirement for genuine emotional bonds between communicating individuals. The training required to become a skilled dream communicator involves developing both technical abilities and spiritual maturity that ensures ethical use of psychic gifts. Advanced practitioners learn to distinguish between genuine communications and projection of their own desires or fears, to respect the boundaries and autonomy of other dreamers, and to provide support without becoming invasively involved in others' psychological processes. This training often requires years of supervised practice under the guidance of experienced mentors. The cross-cultural variations in dream communication practices reveal fascinating insights into how different magical communities understand the relationship between consciousness, distance, and connection. Some traditions emphasize formal rituals and ceremonial preparation for dream contact, while others rely on spontaneous emotional openness and natural psychic sensitivity. These different approaches appear to be equally effective, suggesting that the fundamental principles underlying dream communication transcend specific cultural methodologies. As gentle waves of sleep wash over the magical world, and dreams begin their nightly dance through countless sleeping minds, we find comfort in knowing that love creates bridges stronger than any physical barrier, and that the connections between caring hearts can span any distance through the mysterious pathways of shared consciousness. What messages of love and guidance might be traveling toward you even now through the starlit highways of dream, waiting to offer comfort and wisdom in your quietest moments of rest? Chapter 10. Prophecies and Political Power. In the marble halls of magical government, where decisions shape the destiny of entire wizarding populations, and the weight of leadership rests upon shoulders that bear the hopes and fears of thousands, prophecy has always maintained an uneasy relationship with political power. The allure of glimpsing future events before they unfold proves irresistible to those who must navigate the treacherous waters of governance. Yet the ambiguous nature of prophetic knowledge creates as many problems as it solves for leaders seeking guidance in their most crucial decisions. Picture yourself walking through the corridors of the Ministry of Magic during a time of crisis, feeling the tension that crackles through the air like barely contained lightning as officials hurry between offices clutching urgent reports and whispered consultations. The scent of parchment and sealing wax mingles with the metallic tang of anxiety, while the soft shuffle of official robes creates a symphony of nervous energy that speaks to the profound challenges facing magical government during uncertain times. The relationship between prophetic knowledge and political decision-making stretches back to the earliest days of organized magical society, when tribal leaders and ancient kings sought the counsel of oracles and seers before embarking upon wars, making treaties, or implementing major social changes. These early consultations established precedents that continue to influence modern magical governance, creating expectations that leaders should seek mystical guidance for their most important choices, while simultaneously acknowledging the inherent risks of basing policy upon potentially ambiguous visions. Consider the complex dynamics that emerge when political leaders gain access to prophecies that concern their own fates or the destinies of their nations. The knowledge that one's government might face future challenges, that specific policies could lead to triumph or disaster, or that individual leaders may be destined for glory or downfall creates psychological pressures that can dramatically influence present-day decision-making. The temptation to act upon prophetic knowledge, whether to fulfill positive predictions or prevent negative ones, often leads to the very outcomes that leaders sought to avoid. The Ministry of Magic's official relationship with prophetic knowledge reflects centuries of hard-learned lessons about the dangers of over-reliance upon mystical guidance. While the Department of Mysteries maintains its extensive collection of prophecies, access to this information remains strictly controlled through bureaucratic procedures designed to prevent impulsive political decisions based upon incomplete understanding of prophetic meanings. The careful protocols surrounding prophecy consultation serve as safeguards against the historical tendency for leaders to misinterpret mystical guidance in ways that serve their personal ambitions rather than the public good. The case of Minister Fudge's response to warnings about Voldemort's return illustrates the complex political calculations that can override prophetic wisdom when acknowledging mystical warnings conflicts with immediate political interests. Despite mounting evidence and Dumbledore's urgent counsel, Fudge chose to dismiss prophetic indicators and eyewitness accounts because accepting their truth would have required admitting his administration's failures and implementing costly defensive measures. This political calculus, prioritizing short-term stability over long-term security, demonstrates how personal and institutional interests can corrupt the interpretation of even the most urgent mystical guidance. Historical examples of prophecy influencing major political decisions reveal both the potential benefits and severe risks associated with mystical guidance in governance. The prophecy that warned of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy's necessity helped prevent a catastrophic war between magical and non-magical populations, yet its implementation also created ongoing tensions and enforcement challenges that continue to complicate magical governance centuries later. Similarly, prophecies that accurately predicted the rise of dark wizards enabled some governments to prepare effective defenses, while others who misinterpreted the same warnings made strategic errors that actually facilitated their enemies' success. The psychological burden of governing with prophetic knowledge weighs heavily upon leaders who understand that their decisions might fulfill or prevent predicted outcomes. The knowledge that specific choices could lead to thousands of deaths or widespread suffering creates paralysis in some leaders, while others develop messianic complexes that convince them they are uniquely chosen to shape destiny according to their personal interpretations of mystical guidance. Both extremes represent distortions of healthy leadership that can prove as dangerous as ignoring prophetic warnings entirely. Consider the institutional safeguards that evolved within magical governments to prevent the abuse of prophetic knowledge for personal or political gain. The requirement for multiple independent confirmations before acting upon major prophecies, the establishment of advisory committees that include both mystical practitioners and practical policy experts, and the creation of appeals processes that allow for challenging prophetic interpretations all serve to balance mystical guidance with rational analysis and democratic accountability. The international implications of prophecy in magical politics create diplomatic challenges when different governments receive conflicting mystical guidance or interpret the same prophecies in contradictory ways. The International Confederation of Wizards has developed protocols for sharing significant prophetic information while respecting national sovereignty and cultural differences in mystical interpretation. These diplomatic frameworks help prevent conflicts that might arise when one nation's prophetic guidance suggests actions that another nation's seers have warned against. The role of public opinion in shaping governmental responses to prophetic warnings reveals fascinating tensions between democratic governance and mystical authority. When prophecies become public knowledge, either through leaks or deliberate disclosure, political leaders must balance their interpretation of mystical guidance against popular sentiment and practical political constraints. The challenge of explaining complex prophetic symbolism to general populations often leads to oversimplification that distorts the original meaning and creates unrealistic public expectations about future events. The economic implications of prophecy-based governance extend far beyond the immediate costs of implementing protective measures or strategic initiatives. Markets react dramatically to leaked prophetic information, creating boom and bust cycles that can destabilize entire magical economies. The insurance industry within the magical world has developed sophisticated actuarial models that attempt to account for prophetic probabilities, though the inherently uncertain nature of mystical prediction makes these calculations extremely challenging and often unreliable. The ethical considerations surrounding the use of prophetic knowledge in governance raise profound questions about free will, destiny, and the responsibilities of leadership. Leaders who act upon prophetic warnings to prevent predicted disasters may never know whether their actions actually averted catastrophe or whether the warnings were simply inaccurate. Conversely, leaders who ignore mystical guidance and subsequently face predicted consequences must grapple with questions about whether different choices might have changed outcomes. The training provided to magical government officials in handling prophetic information reflects hard-learned lessons about the psychological and practical challenges of governing with mystical guidance. Senior civil servants receive education in recognizing reliable prophetic sources, interpreting symbolic language, and maintaining appropriate skepticism without dismissing potentially crucial warnings. This training emphasizes the importance of treating prophecy as one source of information among many rather than as infallible guidance that overrides rational analysis and democratic processes. The relationship between prophecy and magical law enforcement presents unique challenges when mystical warnings concern future crimes or security threats. The legal and ethical questions surrounding preventive action based upon prophetic evidence remain contentious within magical jurisprudence, particularly when such actions might prevent crimes that have not yet been committed by individuals who may not yet have chosen to commit them. These philosophical complexities require careful balancing of public safety concerns against individual rights and the presumption of innocence. The phenomenon of self-fulfilling prophecies takes on particular significance in political contexts, where the mere existence of predictive knowledge can alter the circumstances that the prophecy originally addressed. Government officials who act upon prophetic warnings may inadvertently create the very conditions that make the predicted outcomes more likely, while attempts to prevent prophetic fulfillment sometimes establish the exact circumstances necessary for the prophecy's realization. The legacy of prophecy-influenced governance decisions continues to shape magical political culture long after the original predictions have been fulfilled or proven false. Successful examples of mystical guidance helping governments navigate crises become part of institutional memory that encourages future reliance upon prophetic counsel, while failures create skepticism that may prevent leaders from heeding crucial warnings. This historical context influences how contemporary leaders approach prophetic information and shapes public expectations about the role of mystical guidance in governance. As the gentle light of dawn illuminates the windows of government holdings where dedicated public servants continue their work of protecting and serving magical communities, we reflect upon the delicate balance required to honor mystical wisdom while maintaining the rational analysis and democratic accountability that effective governance demands. What wisdom might guide leaders in weighing the whispers of prophecy against the clear demands of justice, compassion, and the common good? Chapter 11. The Limits of Prophetic Knowledge. In the vast tapestry of time that stretches from the distant past into the unknowable future, prophetic knowledge illuminates only scattered threads, leaving great expanses of possibility shrouded in mystery that no amount of mystical talent can fully penetrate. Even the most gifted seers discover that their visions reveal glimpses rather than complete pictures, fragments of truth that must be woven together with wisdom, intuition, and humble acceptance of the fundamental uncertainty that governs all existence. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a moonlit lake, watching silver ripples spread across the dark water as night breezes create patterns that shift and change before they can be fully understood. The surface reflects starlight in fragments that dance and shimmer, never quite forming a complete image of the celestial dome above. This ephemeral quality characterizes even the most powerful prophetic visions, which offer tantalizing glimpses of future possibilities, while remaining forever incomplete and subject to the constant flux of choice and circumstance. The inherent limitations of prophetic knowledge stem from the fundamental nature of time itself within the magical universe. Unlike the fixed progression that characterizes physical events, The future exists in a state of constant potential, shaped by countless decisions, random events, and the complex interactions between free will and destiny. Prophecies capture moments when these swirling possibilities briefly crystallize into recognizable patterns, but the very act of observation can alter the observed, changing the likelihood of predicted outcomes through the mysterious quantum entanglements that connect consciousness to reality. Consider the profound philosophical challenges that arise when attempting to map the boundaries between fate and choice within prophetic revelation. Even the most specific prophecies leave room for multiple interpretations and various paths toward fulfillment, suggesting that destiny operates more as a magnetic pull toward certain outcomes rather than an iron chain that binds events to predetermined conclusions. The prophecy concerning Harry Potter and Voldemort specified certain relationships and general patterns, while leaving the specific circumstances of its fulfillment open to the choices made by all involved parties. The temporal scope of prophetic visions reveals interesting patterns about the relationship between certainty and distance in mystical prediction. Near future events, occurring within days or weeks of the prophetic vision, tend toward greater specificity and accuracy, while prophecies concerning distant futures often speak in broader, more symbolic terms that require extensive interpretation. This gradient of clarity suggests that the future becomes increasingly malleable as time progresses, with immediate events constrained by existing conditions, while distant possibilities remain open to dramatic alteration through intervening choices and circumstances. The role of interpretation in determining prophetic meaning introduces another layer of limitation that can dramatically affect how mystical guidance influences real-world decisions. The symbolic language employed by prophetic visions requires translation through cultural knowledge, personal understanding, and often collaborative analysis that may introduce errors or biases into the final interpretation. The same prophetic imagery might be understood quite differently by seers from different magical traditions, leading to contradictory guidance derived from identical mystical sources. Consider the phenomenon of conditional prophecies, which describe outcomes that will occur only if specific circumstances align or particular choices are made. These predictions reveal the intricate relationship between prophetic knowledge and the web of causality that connects all events, demonstrating that even accurate visions may never manifest if the conditions they require fail to develop. The existence of conditional prophecies suggests that the future contains multiple probable timelines, with prophecy serving as a kind of mystical weather forecasting that predicts which possibilities seem most likely under current conditions. The emotional and psychological factors that influence prophetic reception create additional limitations that can affect both the accuracy and completeness of mystical visions. Seers experiencing strong emotional states, physical illness, or psychological stress may receive distorted or incomplete information, while their personal fears, desires, and expectations can unconsciously shape how they interpret the visions they receive. The most reliable prophetic traditions emphasize the importance of emotional equilibrium and spiritual detachment as prerequisites for clear mystical perception. The collective nature of some prophetic knowledge introduces complexities that individual seers cannot fully encompass within their personal visions. Major historical events often emerge from the confluence of countless individual choices and circumstances that exceed any single prophet's ability to perceive and understand. While gifted seers may glimpse the broad outlines of approaching changes, the specific details and mechanisms through which these transformations occur remain hidden within the vast complexity of human interaction and natural process. The relationship between prophetic knowledge and scientific understanding reveals fascinating tensions between mystical and empirical approaches to predicting future events. While prophecy can sometimes provide accurate information about outcomes that scientific analysis might miss, it typically fails to explain the underlying mechanisms that produce predicted results. This limitation means that prophetic guidance, however accurate, often cannot provide the detailed understanding necessary for effective intervention or mitigation of predicted problems. Consider the recursive paradoxes that emerge when prophetic knowledge becomes widely known and begins to influence the very events it predicted. The publication of a prophecy warning about economic collapse might trigger the panic that causes the predicted financial crisis, while efforts to prevent a prophesied disaster sometimes create the exact conditions necessary for its occurrence. These feedback loops between prediction and reality demonstrate the delicate relationship between knowledge and outcome that makes prophetic guidance both powerful and potentially dangerous. The selectivity of prophetic visions presents ongoing puzzles for scholars attempting to understand the principles that govern mystical revelation. Why do seers receive visions about some future events while remaining blind to others that might seem equally significant? The apparent randomness of prophetic focus suggests that mystical revelation operates according to principles that transcend human concepts of importance and priority, responding to spiritual or cosmic considerations that may not align with immediate practical concerns. The cultural variations in prophetic accuracy and focus reveal how different magical traditions access different aspects of future knowledge while remaining limited in others. Celtic seers demonstrate particular sensitivity to natural cycles and environmental changes, while Mediterranean oracles excel at predicting political developments and social transformations. These specializations suggest that prophetic ability may be influenced by cultural conditioning, geographical factors, or spiritual practices that create resonance with specific types of future information. The verification challenges inherent in prophetic knowledge create ongoing difficulties for distinguishing between authentic mystical revelation and wishful thinking, fear projection, or psychological fantasy. Many apparent prophecies prove impossible to verify until after their predicted fulfillment dates have passed, while others remain perpetually ambiguous enough to support multiple interpretations regardless of subsequent events. This verification problem means that prophetic knowledge must always be balanced against other forms of evidence and analysis, rather than accepted as automatically reliable. The therapeutic limitations of prophetic knowledge become apparent when considering how mystical visions can create anxiety, despair, or unrealistic expectations, rather than providing the comfort and guidance they are intended to offer. Knowledge of future difficulties without understanding of how to address them can prove more burdensome than helpful, while awareness of positive predictions can create pressure to fulfill expectations that may not align with authentic personal development or spiritual growth. The ethical implications of incomplete prophetic knowledge raise profound questions about the responsibilities of seers and the appropriate use of mystical guidance. Should prophets share visions that they cannot fully understand or interpret? How should partial knowledge about future dangers be communicated without creating unnecessary panic or inappropriate action? These ethical considerations require careful balancing of potential benefits against possible harm, acknowledging that even well-intentioned prophetic guidance can sometimes produce unintended negative consequences. The mystery of unfulfilled prophecies continues to challenge scholars and practitioners who seek to understand the principles governing mystical revelation. Some prophecies that seemed clear and specific simply never manifest, leaving questions about whether the visions were inaccurate, whether their fulfillment conditions were never met, or whether their purposes were served through the mere act of prediction regardless of literal fulfillment. These unfulfilled prophecies remind us that prophetic knowledge, however powerful, remains subject to the fundamental mystery and uncertainty that characterize all aspects of existence. The integration of prophetic knowledge with other forms of wisdom and understanding requires ongoing humility and discernment that acknowledges both the gifts and limitations inherent in mystical revelation. The most effective use of prophetic guidance involves treating it as one valuable source of information among many, subject to verification, interpretation, and careful consideration, alongside rational analysis, practical experience, and ethical reflection. As gentle starlight illuminates, ye infinite expanse of night sky, where countless celestial bodies follow their courses through patterns, both predictable and eternally mysterious. We find peace in accepting that some questions will always remain unanswered, some futures will always remain hidden, and some mysteries will always call us toward deeper faith and trust in the wisdom that governs all existence. What comfort might we find in embracing the beautiful uncertainty that makes each moment a gift, and each choice an opportunity to participate in the ongoing creation of tomorrow? Chapter 12. Dreams, Death, and the Beyond. In the deepest hours of night, when the boundary between sleep and waking grows thin as gossamer, and the familiar world retreats into shadow, dreams sometimes carry us to that most mysterious threshold where life touches the eternal realm beyond mortal understanding. Here, in these sacred visions that arrive like gentle visitors from distant shores, we encounter the profound mystery of death, not as ending, but as transformation, not as separation, but as a different form of connection that transcends the limitations of physical existence. Picture yourself resting peacefully in the quiet sanctuary of your sleeping chamber, feeling the soft rhythm of your breathing as it synchronizes with the eternal tides of life and death that flow through all existence. The gentle weight of blankets provides comfort and security, while somewhere beyond the edges of ordinary perception, loved ones who have crossed the veil between worlds gather in the luminous spaces where dreams and eternity intersect, ready to offer guidance, comfort, and the assurance that love itself never dies. The phenomenon of visitation dreams, where deceased family members and friends appear to offer comfort and counsel to the living, represents one of the most universally reported experiences across all magical cultures and traditions. These encounters carry a quality that distinguishes them immediately from ordinary dreams, a clarity of presence, an emotional authenticity, and a sense of genuine communication that leaves recipients with unshakable certainty that they have truly connected with consciousness that continues beyond physical death. Consider the gentle wisdom that flows through these mystical encounters, where those who have passed beyond the veil often return to offer perspective unavailable to those still navigating the complexities of mortal existence. The departed speak with voices freed from the anxieties and limitations that characterize earthly life, offering guidance that emerges from their expanded understanding of the larger patterns that govern spiritual growth and cosmic purpose. Their words carry the authority of those who have seen beyond the horizons that limit ordinary human vision. The timing of these sacred visitations reveals patterns that suggest deep spiritual intelligence governing when and how the deceased choose to communicate with the living. These dreams often arrive during periods of particular need, moments of grief when comfort is most desperately sought, times of important decision when wisdom is required, or periods of spiritual crisis when assurance about life's meaning becomes essential. The synchronicity of these appearances suggests that love itself creates bridges across the apparent divide between life and death. The emotional healing that flows through death dreams provides evidence of their profound therapeutic value for those struggling with loss and bereavement. The opportunity to say goodbye, to receive forgiveness, to express love that remained unspoken, or simply to experience the continued presence of those we thought we had lost forever. A restoration that no amount of conventional counseling or magical healing can provide. These encounters remind us that the bonds formed by love transcend all apparent endings. The symbolic language employed in dreams of the deceased often reflects the unique relationship shared between the living and the departed, drawing upon private jokes, shared memories, and personal references that only intimate connection could provide. A grandmother might appear in dreams carrying the distinctive scent of her favorite roses, while a departed friend might communicate through references to adventures they shared or goals they pursued together. These personal touches serve as authentication, assuring the dreamer of the vision's authenticity. Consider the glimpses of the afterlife that sometimes emerge through these mystical encounters, where the departed occasionally share impressions of their continued existence beyond physical death. While these visions remain necessarily filtered through human consciousness and cultural understanding, they consistently suggest states of peace, continued growth, and ongoing connection to universal love that transcend the fears and limitations that characterize mortal experience. The descriptions speak of realms where learning continues, where reunion with other loved ones brings joy, and where the spiritual development that began in life reaches fuller expression. The role of unfinished business in motivating visitation dreams reveals the deep concern that consciousness maintains for earthly relationships and responsibilities even after physical death. The departed often return to provide crucial information about hidden treasures, to deliver messages of forgiveness or reconciliation, or to offer guidance about practical matters that require resolution. These interventions demonstrate the continued investment that consciousness maintains in the welfare of those left behind. The protective function of death dreams becomes evident in cases where deceased family members appear to warn of approaching dangers or to provide guidance during times of crisis. Parents who have passed beyond the veil often maintain watchful care over their children, appearing in dreams to offer warnings about harmful relationships, dangerous decisions, or approaching difficulties that require preparation. These protective interventions suggest that love creates ongoing responsibility that death cannot dissolve. The phenomenon of near-death experiences and their relationship to prophetic dreams reveals fascinating connections between consciousness, mortality, and mystical perception. Individuals who have approached the threshold of death often report enhanced sensitivity to visitation dreams and increased ability to receive guidance from the departed. These experiences suggest that proximity to death temporarily expands consciousness in ways that create stronger connections to the realm beyond physical existence. The cultural variations in how different magical communities understand and interpret death dreams reflect diverse theological and philosophical approaches to questions about consciousness, survival, and the nature of existence beyond physical death. Some traditions view these encounters as literal communications with continuing souls, while others interpret them as psychological mechanisms for processing grief and maintaining emotional connection to departed loved ones. Both perspectives acknowledge the profound healing and wisdom that these experiences provide. The relationship between death dreams and prophecy reveals interesting connections between consciousness of mortality and enhanced mystical perception. Awareness of life's temporary nature often intensifies spiritual sensitivity, creating conditions that support both prophetic vision and communication with the deceased. Many seers report that their most powerful mystical experiences occur during periods when they are contemplating mortality or grieving the loss of loved ones. Consider the comfort that death dreams provide for those facing their own mortality, where visions of deceased friends and family members offer glimpses of continued existence and reunion beyond physical death. These encounters help dissolve the fear and anxiety that naturally accompany thoughts of dying, replacing terror with anticipation of continued love and spiritual growth. The message consistently conveyed through these visions emphasizes that death represents transformation rather than termination. The healing of generational trauma through death dreams demonstrates the power of love to transcend time and resolve conflicts that may have persisted across multiple lifetimes. Ancestors who return in dreams often seek to break cycles of pain and dysfunction by offering forgiveness, understanding, and new perspectives on family patterns that have created suffering. These interventions provide opportunities for healing that extends both backward and forward through family lineages. The role of sacred spaces and ritual in facilitating communication with the deceased reveals practical methods for enhancing receptivity to visitation dreams. Many magical traditions maintain ancestor altars, memorial gardens, or quiet sanctuaries where the living can cultivate openness to connection with departed loved ones. These spaces, charged with intention and love, create environmental conditions that support mystical communication and deepen the bonds between worlds. The mystery of why some individuals appear frequently in death dreams while others remain silent raises questions about the factors that influence continued communication beyond physical death. The strength of earthly relationships, the circumstances of death, the spiritual development of both the departed and the living, and the presence of unresolved emotional business all appear to influence the likelihood and frequency of visitation dreams. Yet these patterns remain imperfectly understood, reminding us that the realm beyond death retains its essential mystery. The integration of guidance received through death dreams into daily life requires careful discernment and spiritual maturity that honors both the wisdom of the departed and the responsibilities of continued earthly existence. While these visions provide valuable perspective and comfort, they cannot substitute for personal growth, ethical reflection, and the ongoing work of spiritual development that characterizes meaningful human life. The most helpful death dreams encourage continued growth rather than dependence upon external guidance. The preparation for our own eventual transition, informed by the wisdom shared through death dreams, involves cultivating the qualities of love, forgiveness, and spiritual awareness that create the most peaceful and meaningful deaths. The departed consistently emphasize that the manner of our living determines the quality of our dying, and that relationships healed, love expressed, and spiritual development pursued during life create the foundation for continued growth beyond physical existence. As the first gentle light of dawn begins to illuminate the eastern horizon, and the mystery of night gradually yields to the awakening day, we carry with us the comfort and wisdom shared through these sacred encounters, knowing that love itself is the bridge that connects all existence, and that consciousness, like energy, can never truly be destroyed, but only transformed into new expressions of eternal truth. What peace might fill your heart in knowing that the love you share creates bonds stronger than death itself, and that every act of kindness ripples forward into eternity.